よし、修行開始だ。
そう。 きましょう。 しょう。 the professionalism of Seattle. It's like you're regulated and you're a big commercial business. You can't have those kind of tanks, and
Right.
you know what I mean. So it's like that's the other thing. Some people just want to tank at home. Like, do you have any advice for somebody who wants to float at home? Because I say, hey, really think about that because you need a dedicated room. There's lots of salt issues. There's lots of humidity, and and we're pros, and I've got it down to a science here. But this room has been figured out by somebody who's doing it hardcore every day. You're going to ruin your house at the cost of learning, I think. So, do you have any advice for anybody that wants to try to go and do it at home?
You have to be kind of handy, if you've never changed a light fixture.
For
If you've
sure,
never,
yeah.
like if you don't really understand what liquid cohesion is, like like you're not cut out for it. Like, don't, unless you're really good at figuring shit out on YouTube. um there's so many things that can go wrong, and it's a lot of work to upkeep, and it can like kind of take away from the fact that it's this like cool, beautiful thing that you have when you're constantly having to tinker it and test it and salt it and check the temperature, and oh fuck, this broke, oh shit, we gotta go.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's always changing. People's biochemistry gets in the water, and person to person, that's different. And that you filter the water. And did you guys run? What'd you run? Let's see, just the regular filtration, and the what is it? The O3. What's that? Ozone.
Ozone?
Did you guys do ozone machines and all that?
No, when we built, we were like, again, not to like be the cool guy, but we were OG, so we used hydrogen peroxide.
Oh, right.
Yeah, only. And the Department of Health, this was just navigating one of the tricky roadblocks to opening a float center, but the Department of Health was requiring us to use either chlorine or bromine, and chlorine and bromine stinks.
Yeah, chlorine. I tell people if they're running a chlorine tank, don't do it.
You can't do it. It's terrible for you. I mean, so what we would do is we would fill, like, they came in and inspected us twice a year. They just sort of popped in, right? The Department of Health would come in and they'd say, hey, we're here from the Department of Health and we want to test your water. So they would test it for coliform, fecal form. They would test pH. They would test, I don't even think they tested salinity, because they didn't have any reference for that. It didn't really matter to them how salty it was, because they thought of us basically as a public swimming pool.
That's the issue. I tell people, I'm like, look, the problem is it's cleaner. It's like so much cleaner than a pool ever could be by virtue of the number of people getting in and out of it, and the fact that you're taking a shower before you get in and out of it. You're the only one in it. It's Epsom salt. Nothing can live in it by, you know what I mean? So there's so many levels, and then you're filtering it a couple layers over. Right.
Yeah, and the Department of Health doesn't understand that, because they don't. I mean,
They don't.
They don't have a. They don't. It's a what? You're doing what? You're putting in salt, that much salt? Well, we don't. No, you don't need to do that. It's like, no. That's the point of it. That's what we're doing here, gang. But they would come in and test, and so our system was, we would have bromine in the inline hopper. We would have tablets in there, but we wouldn't turn it on. So we would just bypass the bromine filter, or the bromine like intake valve. And then when we learned that we could cheat the system, they would come in, they would test it, or we would stall them and say, hey, we've got to, we're just getting cleaned up after a session. We need to just clean up. Please give us 5 minutes. And then we'd go to the tanks, turn on the brominators, flush the system with bromine. And when you flush the system with bromine, it doesn't have bromine in it. Like the levels they get high quick. So like 5 minutes with bromine, with the valve all the way open, is enough.
You're just shocking it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so they would test it, and they would be like, oh, well, your bromine levels are, over 2 parts per million. You're good to go. So that worked for a while, and then we would, of course, we would turn those off, and then we would treat the water and filter it continuously to get the bromine out of there. But that was one of the games that we had to play with them for a while. So that was way before ozonators or UV or
Yeah, that's, we have an ozonator with the UV, and so the problem with those machines is you've got to get it set up. You've always got to get in there and clean the pipes out because the salt's crystallizing and clogging it up.
Right. Yeah.
That's that's I'm sure you're probably happy to get out of that life, especially in the beginning. Because right now I'm still here living. I'm loving it. Right, I'm not complaining. I'm living in it and I'm loving it. I'm floating every day. Now let me ask you this: when you first got in it, how often did you float? Like you were the owner, right? It was like you and a business partner. How many owners were there in the beginning?
Yeah, there was me. So me and my wife did a lot of the branding, business design, processes and stuff like that. And then I had, it sort of equated to a minority partner who would, lend a little hand here, a little hand there, not be around very much, just kind of pop in from time to time, not really involved in the business. So it was me, and I was like open to close. My wife was pregnant 6 months after we opened. But I was open to close 7 days a week for probably the first 8 months. I lived at the float center, and I would ride my motorcycle there in the morning, and I'd ride it home at night, and I would float every single day. I would float, and sometimes I'd float twice a day because I would come in the morning. When we were first starting, we weren't exactly packed. The 7 a.m. float wasn't exactly a jam and float spot for Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. was not like a hot float time. So I would just go in there. I just pop in and float for an hour and a half, and hope that nobody booked because the doors were locked at the front. And then I'd pop out. And then a lot of times, just because, as you know, again, holding space for people, being present is emotionally and sort of energetically, it can be taxing because
I'm drained at the end of the day.
Yeah,
and I don't do anything but mop and sweep and talk to people. But that talking to people is what costs all the energy.
Totally. Yeah. So floating at night, is a nice, so, I floated every day, sometimes twice a day for months and months and months and months and months. In about the third month, I thought, I'm going to float to 100. I'm going to do 100 days in a row, which at that point I wasn't really counting. I'd skip a day here or there. And I made it to 98. And then I had there was an emergency, so I couldn't get a float in. But there's, at least 2 or 3 other staff members did the same thing. Also made the 100 days in a row. But, I've tried to calculate it a couple of times, and I'm probably coming up on 700 or so floats.
I lost count because I used to count when I was a customer here. And then I started kind of working for them a little bit, so I didn't officially count them on the computer. And then we ended up buying the place, and me living here, floating, just like you in the beginning, first probably 3 or 4 months, I was floating twice a day. They weren't long sessions most of the time. They were 30, 40 minutes most of the time, each session. And I felt like I got to a point, especially, I feel like sometimes these people who float overnight say the same thing, which is, you float too much, and I feel like you're almost too jello. You almost, you know what I mean? You ever feel like that? Is it possible to float too much, do you think?
I do. I mean, any sort of activity that changes your state one way or another, can suppress you for sure. My dad always said to me, when I asked him why he wasn't meditating, he's teaching me how to meditate when I'm a kid. And I'm like, what are you meditating more for? What? You're teaching me how to do this, and you're trying to get me to chill out because I'm a busy kid. Why don't you meditate every day? And he said, he said, to be totally honest, the feeling that I am left with after a session of transcendental meditation is one where I feel depleted. I don't feel calm. I don't feel balanced. I feel lethargic. And he was probably making excuses, to be honest. But if you spend an hour a day in a parasympathetic state, and you keep doing that and keep doing that and keep doing that, I think that you can probably get to a point where you need to raise your prana a bit. You need to introduce, maybe you're too watery. You should introduce maybe some earth or some fire.
Dude, that's exactly what I used to think when I first started floating. I'm like, I am becoming too yin here.
For sure.
I didn't know if that was even possible, but I felt like there was no wind in my sails, and I had to try to, I was floating and I was smoking so much weed, and as much as psychedelics light you up, they kind of just, the cost of that wisdom and the cost to the mountaintop is you're drained for days sometimes with psychedelics. But so yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I'm not the only one and I have people who float overnight and they're like, they have to get out halfway through because they feel like they need to put their bones back together. They've told me that they're like, I got to get out and let gravity on my body a little bit because they've been decompressed for so long. So now that you're kind of more of like a chain, or that brand is more, I guess, kind of like a little franchise thing you got going, maybe, right? Or is it going to keep growing? What do you think?
Well, yeah. So I sold the float centers to my manager, who was a customer before, before he was my manager. He managed 3 float centers for a year and a half, and it was always his dream to open a float center of his own, and I knew that. And there was another group of really frequent floaters, like members that would, they were in 4 or 5 times a week. And as you know, whether you are a member who floats really frequently or a staff member who is there a lot, you develop these rhythms with people. Like, John's coming in tonight. John always floats on Wednesday night, or Vadim is in at 8:30 every morning, and I know his kids. His kids having trouble in English class, just a little small talk here and there. And so I was...
Oh, yeah, we're like bartenders or hairstylists.
Yeah,
for sure.
Totally.
No, I'm for sure. I know, like, I do all kinds of people, cops, and I got people who have relationship issues, and a lot of people who have had people who've died recently. Death is a common one.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, say that again.
People who are dealing with, people who've died in their life. Like I've got someone who's floating right now whose father just died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just dealing with, and they used to float here, so she's like, that's her therapy, that she's floating in the same tank that he floated in.
Oh, that's nice. Oh,
yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, that connection that you have with people is rooted in consciousness exploration, right? Like self-care, meditation, transcendence. That's a relationship that's important and meaningful. That's a really beautiful thing. And so, I was in a place in my life where I was ready to move on to the next thing. And I had gotten my life coaching certification 2 years before I sold. I was just compelled. It's actually kind of a cool float story with why I became a life coach. I can tell in a second, but I was ready for the next challenge. And so when I was talking to my manager one day, I was just like, hey, I'm thinking about selling the float centers, but I don't want to sell it to somebody that's just not to bastardize, not to pick on gym owners, but like I don't want to sell it to a gym owner that's going to turn it into like, super float and
right, totally.
Sell it up. Right.
It's your baby, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It was my first babies, and I was like, I know that you want to build your own, and I don't want to take that away from you, but I would love it if you wanted to buy these. I would love to sell these to you. And so he talked to a member that he had a really great rapport with that floated 4 days a week on his shift, and they put the funds together and bought it from me completely. And so that was that's actually 2 years ago this month. So I've been out of the float game for 2 years, but I stuck around. I did some like coaching and consulting and advising on the businesses and stuff like that, and I still...
Yeah, that's the thing, and I've been watching a lot of this from the internet, and you've been one of those. There's a few people online that I feel that stick out more than others in the float community, and you're definitely one of them. So it's nice to, the thing is, there's, it's a lot of mom and pops, and there's a few people that are trying to franchise, and some people actually have, and you were kind of doing that there, and you did, and who knows how much bigger that could have got had you stuck with it. But you know, yeah, sometimes you just I don't know if you were burnt out or it was just time for a different challenge, or and, you know, sometimes like I was a photographer for 10 years. It's just I'm bored with it. I'm tired of trying to invent the wheel every weekend at the weddings where it's a black tuxedo on a white dress. I mean, I'm bored. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened
Yeah.
with you, but it's just sometimes it's like I'm just bored here. I'm over it. I got all I need out of this now. Like for me, I still enjoy like access to being able to float every day. So now that you, I'm sure you have like a golden ticket with these guys, but like
I do. I do. I have infinite floats.
Nice.
I've got an infinity float card that's laminated and has my name on it and the infinity sign. We wrote that into the sales contract that I get to float forever as much as I want.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That you got to have that, because that's I know a lot of people, especially if we got in the same situation where we bought it as floaters from the guy that owned it, and just like you sold it to your guys that were hyped about it. So
Yeah.
it's just wow, just so cool. So has any of this rioting or how's the coronavirus how's the past 5 or 6 months affected that float business and all that stuff going on there?
People were clamoring for it to be reopened. You know,
Are you guys still closed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Float Seattle, all 3 locations open on July 1st.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, so they've been open and operational and profitable, like kind of right away, right after they open the doors again.
Yeah, we had a bottleneck right there when they let us back open.
Awesome, so awesome. Yeah, there's. I mean, looking at this, I look at the schedule. You know, I float probably like once a week now, maybe a little less than that since I just recently moved. But there were people like really ready to pick it up again, and it's a testament to the service. It's a testament to the fortitude of the business operations that Andrew and Dean are doing at the 3 locations now. So right after I sold the businesses, like 6 months later, another float center that's in the same market that we didn't really even know about. Like they literally did almost zero marketing, which it's a bummer for them, but like they really did zero. They thought that they were just going to get this organic demand and people would just kind of knock their door down, and it didn't happen. And so they sold their location to Andrew and Dean also. So then they have now, they had Float Seattle, which was 4 tanks, Float Bellevue, which is 4 tanks, and now they have so Float Seattle Green Lake, Float Seattle Bellevue, and now Float Seattle in Greenwood, and they're all, you know.
So you sold them the 2.
I sold them the 2.
Right.
And then they turned around and bought a third one.
That's cool. I think that's, you know, I'm just going to make a prediction here, and I may be part of that prediction. And not that we have the money to do it, because we don't, because we're still struggling to get back on our feet with what we got going here. But I kind of see it where there might be people who may have the financial means to scoop up float centers here for a good price and make their empire a little bit bigger, it seems, because I don't know. I think we talked about this prior to the show, but I follow stuff online a lot still in the community, and there's a lot of places that are in hard-to-reach locations or places that are still quasi shut down, and they haven't been able to reopen, or they've cut so much back that they've just decided to sell. And so it's going to be interesting, I think, in the next few months to see what happens with floating and float centers, because a lot of places have struggled here. Locally, we get a lot of people calling and coming in from the other places that are on limited hours or they're closed, because I think there's basically 2 kinds of people that do float centers as owners. There's people who love floating, they have a lot of money, they can build a float center, and they want to set it and forget it. And hopefully, by the grace of God, maybe they have employees that can hold that space. That's what kind of happened here initially, but that's what kind of fell off. Because when we bought this place, I remember I was still trying to float here towards the end. It was kind of falling apart. And the girl who was working here never even floated. I'm like, really? You're going to be behind the desk trying to sell people floating, and you never floated before? You don't even know what it's like, and you're going to sit here and do this? Okay. So, yeah, you can check the temperature there and find that it's not going to work out. So, yeah, it's worked out. So here's the thing. We've talked and talked about floating. A lot of people that listen to this already know what floating's about. But But for those people that don't know much about floating, we've only really talked about astral projecting, and that's really not something that's going to happen, I think, for a lot of people. So you've been in it for so long, you've devoted a huge portion of your life to floating. What are some things that you can sell over the phone here to people that why should they float? Like, what's so great about floating? Okay, cool, you astral projected. What else? Tell me what's so great about floating.
Oh man. Well, it's it's easy to go into the profundities and esoteric because we're talking about consciousness. If you're interested in the brain and the way that you think, and you like daydreaming and you like spacing out, obviously it's your center of the bullseye. The physiological explanation for what happens when you float is scientifically backed, proven, tested, and incredibly beneficial for your body. Like the physical benefits alone to your back, to your skin, to your nervous system, to your default mode network, like the physical justifications for floating that you get, the benefits that you receive are immense, and you feel them right away. And so that is undeniable. The fact that you get better recovery in a shorter period of time than sleeping in a float tank is enough reason to try it, and it's enough reason to continue to do it. All the other benefits, aside from it makes your body feel good and heals your back, increases circulation, lubricates joints, decompresses the spine, literally lowers cortisol and stress hormones, increases neuroplasticity.
Did you experience weight loss? Because it's one thing and it's not something that once in a blue moon floater is going to experience. But I think somebody who's consistent, this is something that me, my business partner, and a lot of people who are regular floaters have noticed, and it's like hard to sell. But have you experienced the weight loss benefits of floating?
I've seen it a bunch. I haven't experienced it myself, but I've seen it a bunch. In fact, in 2014, the ABC News Nightline came to do a story on floating, on sensory deprivation. Have you ever seen that video?
I've seen so many. I don't know at this point. You'd have to remind me.
So this was like of the second wave of floating. This was like the first, national feature type story on floating that had happened, and so it was on Nightline, and they followed this woman Ashley, who so they interviewed me. They toured the center. The guy who floats, Mark something, he has a incredible experience, and I don't want to give it away because he was really skeptical going in. Like, he thought it was hooey and unscientific and probably unreliable hippie shit.
Yeah.
And he had a profound, and he talks about it, he has a profound experience that leaves him weeping at the end of the episode. Really cool. So they feature Ashley, and I actually still talk to Ashley, and she tells the story of how she, after her first float, she quit smoking cigarettes, she quit drinking, she quit hard drugs, she lost a ton of weight, and totally changed her life, and she is still super duper happy, super healthy. So I know that story just kind of stands out for me because Ashley was looking for something that would help her change her life.
It's nice to see real hard stories like that you can show people. It's like, look, it really, I mean, I'm a personal example because I'm devoted to it to the point where I'm an obsessed freak. But and you kind of did the same thing. You really went the whole 9 yards, right? You built a float center, so that's dedication and love and obsession. I think those are the places you want to go. Like the people who are there and haven't said it and trying to forget it, and just trying to collect a check. Now, so the next thing I want to know, any celebrities come in there and go floating in your time there when you were the owner? Because I know you're in Seattle, so you're in a pretty big market.
Yeah, lots of celebrities. For a while, we were doing a lot of floats with a bunch of Seahawks from the NFL. So we had Russell Wilson in there a lot. We had former kicker Steve Hauschka in there a lot. Russell Okung was in there a lot. Ciara was in there a lot. We would
That's
have
cool.
we'd have to we have to be discreet with her because they would like come in through the back door, because if anybody saw them,
Yeah.
you know, Russell and Ciara, they, you know, it would fuck with their vibe, you know. But yeah, we've had you know, a couple of rockers come in from bands, local bands in Seattle. I'm trying to think who else is would be like a big name. I think Bill Nye floated in there once.
Bill Nye, that's cool.
Yeah, he's a Seattle guy. Who else? A bunch of not like famous people, but a bunch of high up Microsoft people and a bunch of high up.
Right. That's what I'd want to
people.
do here because I'm close to the space, and I'd want to build one on the Space Coast. And, you know, Elon Musk and NASA people, even though I don't know, is the Earth round, flat? Is space real? I don't know. A lot of people don't think so, but
Right.
that's for another time. So,
Yeah.
so another thing, lots of people, and because I'm open to it, that's my vibe. I attract a lot of people who want to do psychedelics in the tank, and my personal policy on it is, you know, if you want to go that far and you need some help, that's fine. Have somebody here to get you in and out of the tank. Just let me know ahead of time. But you don't come here blasted. If I know, like I know when you're on something, and I'll confront people. I'll say, what do you want? I'll say,
Yeah.
be on mushrooms or edibles. I just want to know, because at that point I'm fucking with them, because the thing is, like, I'm at this level of space with people where the mushrooms tell me that they're in the person. It's like they're like telling me, like, it's okay, you can fuck with this guy, and so.
Nice.
Yeah, but so the thing is, have you ever had any experiences where people come in and, you know, they've either gotten past your detection and they've gotten in the tank and had a bad situation? You know, have you any kind of interesting or weird stories, stuff like that?
Yeah, lots. Well, I mean, being in Seattle, there's a much more relaxed.
ましょう。
Sort of vibe around psychedelics than there is in Florida.
That's true.
So it's and we were open to that, and again open to the roots of flotation therapy.
Okay, so that's actually a good point, because I know a lot of float centers, they kind of don't want that energy and attention, because there's a little bit of a risk and a liability issue with somebody having a bad trip, or you just don't want to deal with somebody maybe going a number 2 in the tank because they took just a little bit too many mushrooms on a bad stomach. And I don't blame them, but you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
I was curious if you guys were either for, against, or kind of neutral towards that kind of psychedelic energy, because I agree it's a part of the history. John Lilly was a big psychedelic guy, and obviously we can't I don't put this out there and advertise it, and I don't charge people when I let them do that. They once you go through that door, whatever's in your stomach, whatever's in your bag, hey, you know what, that's on you. There's no judgment, but if you come out and there's problems, then you're not coming back. So yeah.
I think that's a good policy, and you're right. You know, you go in and shut a door anywhere, any business, you can do kind of anything, and you know, it's really beyond your control. We you know, in the very early days, we had lots of interesting folks coming through. You know, there was a time or two, you know, and also like people. This was back in 2012 before the legalization of cannabis in Washington State.
Oh,
You know,
that's
people,
true. It's like a whole new mindset here too, because you got
yeah,
I'm on the medical card. I can basically go through an old Taco Bell and get the weed through the window.
yeah, right, exactly, right. So like, you know, people, it was loose. So we had, you know, um, people tipping with buds and people tipping with weed. Like I would pay my staff. They'd get unlimited coffee from the coffee shop around the corner, and then we had a couple of guys that would just pay for floats with weed. So they would just bring in like just bags and bags, and they were growers, obviously, and they just like, hey, here's $800 worth of weed. Can I just float like 7 times this month? And I was like, yeah, of course you can.
Yeah.
You betcha. So it was around early, and then you know, I've done YouTube videos and have, you know, really deep conversations about cannabis and the float tank, and talked about other psychedelics. But yeah, there were stories where, you know, guys would leave and we'd walk in and there was like powder, you know, on the chair. Like, what the hell is that? What could it be? What sort of a maniac would do cocaine and jump in a float tank? You gotta be real turned inside out to be.
Maybe they're storing ketamine. Is that what ketamine?
That's what we think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous one. That's the one where you can turn over and die. That's
Yeah.
That's the John Lilly almost dying drug.
Yes. Yep. That's a scary one for sure. Um, that one, I think of more than any of them, was the one that made me the most nervous. But that we only saw that one time. Most of the time, you know, we'd smell people smoking weed in the rooms, and we'd ask them like, hey, can you not do that in there? Can you go outside, please?
Oh damn, those people are. I've never had that happen. I've never had anybody. I think I've had a guy come in just so baked on a brownie, and so red-eyed when he came out, and it was coming out of his pores that he smelled like weed. I'm like, damn, did this guy smoke in here? But I'm like, there's no way he smoked in here.
Yeah.
And he just smelled of it so bad. But damn, that's pretty brazen to come in there and just light a doobie up in the room.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I mean, again, like Seattle.
That's true, though. You're right. I'm in tight-ass Florida.
Yeah, it's much different. I mean, it's really, really different. You know, Hempfest week was a big week for you know, people coming in bleary-eyed, from kind of all over the country to come to Hempfest and float. You know, we did some like partnerships and stuff with them because we didn't want to shy away from it. And then there's the you know, the Rogan advocacy of taking an edible or smoking joints. And
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's the
mushrooms.
whole culture is just surrounded with psychedelics and marijuana and drugs and all that. Lilly and Rogan. It's it just, I think they go together. They're like peanut butter and jelly. So I understand float centers that don't want to host that or attract that energy, and a lot of them don't. Those spa vibe ones, those people come here, and they come
Sure.
here and they love it. Do you guys
Totally.
offer, or when you were running it initially, and maybe even now, do you guys offer overnight floats?
They do now. It took us a long time to get there because I didn't want to do them. I didn't want to sit and keep open.
Yeah.
So it took a couple of years to get there, but they still do it now. Dude, they're doing really cool stuff now. So they're doing like all night tea ceremonies. Andrew, the owner, and another one of the employees are like becoming tea masters. And I don't know how much you know about like classic Chinese tea, but you can get pretty friggin' out of your mind, pretty lit up by different teas. You can have really deep, really psychedelic experiences just on tea. And so what they're doing now is they're hosting people are floating and then coming out and drinking tea, and they're doing it like all night. You know, they'll start at 10 o'clock at night and then go until 6 in the morning, just staying up. Some
Jeez,
people are
that's
floating.
some pretty fucking good tea to be wanting to just drink it all night.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you should see some of the shit. It's like some of this stuff is like bright blue, like indigo, I've only done one of them, but they're fun, and it's like that sense of community to be able to just come and like post up and like play some soft music and stuff, drink a bunch of tea, float, come back out, float for an hour, come back out, drink some more tea. We used to do float journeys where one of my early employees is this like brilliant musician. He's in a band called Yaima. It's him and another woman, and very just beautiful, like very like plant spirit devas.
Yeah.
Very fungy, very just like beautiful classic Pacific Northwest. Trippy hippie music, festival vibes, folks. And Moss would host ceremonies inside the float center, and he would play. He'd have like drums and guitars and sitars and flutes, and people would come and lay down in the lobby with a blindfold, which is a concave blindfold, so you can keep your eyes open, and lay on a yoga mat, and then have like a 2.5 hour concert inside the float center, and people would float in the rooms with the doors open, with pool noodles under their necks, so that their ears were higher to the top of the water, and just like jam out for a couple hours. Those were freaking magical, dude. They were incredible.
That's the thing. It's like, okay, and I think about this all the time with what we're trying to do with floating, which is all the things you can add to the experience of floating, whether you can add music inside the tanks have their own speakers inside of them, or what you just talked about, or have you run into the VR headset space thing yet? Have you seen that?
Is it out yet, or are they still just talking about it?
Well, he came by here last summer, and we put one in the tank, and it was prototype, but it was pretty cool. But yeah, the last time I talked to him, he was selling them, but I don't know. I didn't know if you guys were running them. That's why I asked.
I don't know the guy. I just know that he's been promising it for like a year and a half. And Andrew's like, yeah, someday we're gonna do VR. You're gonna do a trip around the planet.
ましょうか。 ましょう。 ましょう。
gonna do a trip around the planet in here.
Right.
You know, if we're gonna do it, it's gonna be great. But yeah, haven't seen it yet. Very very excited for it. You know, very.
Well, that's the thing, though. But my issue with that and my other I want to do like the Ajna light or the Lucia light, right? Did you see the post where the guy had like the Lucia light suspended over the tank?
Those are great.
It's cool stuff, but it's like the whole point of floating is sensory deprivation, no lights, no sounds, and so it's like it's cool, but I want you to relax. I want you,
right.
You know what I mean? It just makes that Lucia light experience better, but it's not floating. And
no,
it's not the true experience of floating. It's the same with the VR headset. You're wearing the VR headset and you're floating above the earth. At least that's the promised experience. But that's not what floating is. Where you're literally trying to get away from your phone, but you're jamming it as close to your face as possible. You know what I mean? So I really had to step back and think about that because,
sure.
And especially us living near the Space Coast here, you know, that's something we have a lot of people who are interested in, space type experiences. And I mean,
I mean, yeah, it's a novelty, you know, and to your point, you know, doing VR, doing guided sessions or linking up with tea or even, you know, even complimentary amenities, you know, like you can do cryo or infrared or.
That's the thing. I love those things too, but
right.
We got a yoga room here, and I'd love to have an infrared sauna. Just, again, one of those things. It's like I just want it for myself, and then I'll let other people use it and make some money off of it. But
right. Apparently, it maths out. You take another look at it, or call Andrew.
Well, you know, it's just one of those things where it's just so towel intensive. It's, you know, it's a lot of cleaning and keeping it sterile, and I've seen those things go so gross at gyms that it's like, I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's as far as I know, it's already paid for itself. It paid for itself in like a couple months, and
nice.
And people love it. So
I'll look into that then. Yeah, I love the going to infrared saunas, and I just love them for myself. But I love cryo. What I used to do was I'd go, you know, an hour is max 150 this infrared sauna, and then I get out and I do negative 270, 280, 300 for the 3 minutes. I loved it. This place was so great. They'd give you, it was like $10, $15, $20. I think it was like $20. You pay their membership fee, and then the cryo was like $10. The infrared sauna was like $10.
Wow.
I know, it was crazy. The place went out of business. I don't think they were obviously financially managed too well. But man, I milked the shit out of that though.
Didn't math out, I guess.
No, but I'm like, well, because you know, with cryo is usually like $60, $70 a session. So for like the membership cost and like 3 or 4 sessions, I've already paid for one.
Right, totally. Yeah. Well, yeah, we looked into the math on cryo, and the actual gas is like, it's like 16 cents for 3 minutes. Like, so the actual gas that you're paying for, the compressed hydrogen.
I hear it's like, cheap, but the initial outlay for the machine is where you're gonna just get destroyed.
Right, $10 a freeze, man. That does not seem sustainable to me. But hell yeah.
Is that what it breaks out to cost wise?
I think when we were looking at how many this was a long time ago before cryo is what it is now. It was like 12 cents a session basically. So, and you can get like, you know, 85 sessions out of one tank, and you can fill a tank for, you know, $100.
So basically what you're saying is once you pay for the tank or the machine, it's the money's coming in hand over fist once you get people in the machine.
Yeah.
So these people are actually charging they're charging way.
Oh, yeah.
They're charging so much to pay for their overhead costs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You could convert a walk-in meat locker and pipe in compressed hydrogen and pay, you know, spend $400 for the build out and spend 12 cents for the actual freeze material. And the reason the charges for the, you know, the $60, $70 session, that's made up. That's made.
I just love cryo, and I wish it was cheaper and more accessible for people, because the benefit is there, but it's like, man, I can't pay 40, 50, 60 bucks for 3 minutes. Like sometimes it's a hard sell on the float, which is an hour to 90 minutes. Now, your float centers, what were your options? We're running 60 and 90, and then obviously you can stack as much time as you want. You can do 3 hours, you can do 8, which is the overnight. Well, I met another person. They're doing their float centers. They had 5 tanks and 1 person to do the turnaround. So they'd run them 90-minute sessions, and it would be 2-hour blocks, right? And if you wanted to float, you had to come in on that 2-hour block and catch one of those 5 tanks, and then every 2 hours, like a train coming around. So how would you guys run, or how is it run over there? Is it just come as you go and do whatever you want? Like if it's open, you get it?
No, it's always 60-minute float sessions, and it has been since the beginning. I poured over the math for what felt like months to try to get it right, what was going to be the most sense for flow, and again for feasibility. So they're all 60-minute sessions. If there's nobody after you, you can float longer. That's the general rule. So if
that's what I do too. I'm always giving more time if I can.
Yeah. So don't forget to ask before you go in, hey, if there's nobody after me, can I go in? Can I go for an hour? Or, you could go as long as 2.5 if there's nobody after you. So always 60, and you could, if you wanted that Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, sort of prime float time, and you wanted to float longer, you should probably just book both sessions. And it was like 75% off to buy the second hour of the session. So it was like you get a discount if you wanted to stack them on top of each other. And then the overnight floats, I think, are a flat rate, and they're 8 hours. And I don't know if they're doing them currently, but they were doing them before the pandemic. So the math, I think, always just the advantage is for an hour block, and you can easily run a 4-float tank center with 1 person and still have time to care for people and sell memberships.
That's the tricky part. So I'm working here especially because I've got a deal where I'm taking a Steve Jobs type deal. I'm coming back to save this place for a damn $1 a month. You know what I mean? I'm not making a lot of money to do this. I'm doing it out of love, and I'm getting a place to live, and I'm serving the universe, and it's wonderful. But it's really hard to get those certain amount of tanks right, get that business model right, have enough people to run the desk, and also flip people and get them in the tanks, clean the room. It's really hard to find that sweet spot of those employees versus. I think that's the challenge for most people in the beginning. And how did you solve that? Was it just like you, like me, just living there basically 12 hours a day?
Well, I mean, if you're a one-man show or one-woman show, then yeah. But we hired. We have always, and I believe that they still do this. I mean, there's 2 people that are still working there, and they've been at Float Seattle for 5 years, a long time. And now they're probably making $18 an hour, $19 an hour. There's some rev share models where, if the bottom line, the employees get a cut of the net proceeds, a percentage of the net proceeds. I've seen that model a couple of times. But it's all in systems. It's all in. Is it easy to buy more? Is it easy to buy more floats? Are they incentivized? If they had a good first float, are they incentivized to buy 3 more just to really give it a go? So it's all about pricing and branding and how it's positioned and how it's presented before the float in a respectful way. If you love this and you want to do this again, or you feel like this was the start of something cool and you just want to make sure, we can do that for you, and it will be as affordable as what we can. We're gonna make it affordable for you. We'll make it worth your while. If you love doing this, we've got different ways to make this affordable for you. And just hearing that, telling that to people, kind of puts them at ease. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna get the hard sell. I have, of course, they want me to float more. And if I really do have a cool experience, then I'll talk to them about it. I'll ask them about it. And then, of course, there's that moment right after a float where you don't want to be you can't say, how was it? Did you have a good float? You can't say that shit, because that's not what anybody wants to hear.
That's what I say. That's what I
do
say.
You? No, you don't. Do you really?
I say, how was it?
Do you? Do you?
I say, hey man, how was that one? Oh, you like that shit, right? whatever, feels like coming out of my mouth. But a lot of times
Sure.
it's have that energy of like, yeah, man, how was that, right? Like, fuck yeah, because I can see it on their face. Like either they're stunned, or
Yeah.
I can see their body's been flushed of like negative energy. They've dumped
Yeah.
something heavy in the tank, and they've emotionally, they've shifted, and it's like, okay, I can just. The trick is really to do nothing, right? Don't even say anything because let them have their space. In fact, when we took over, I looked at the reviews of this place and I said, we're going to do everything that everybody was bitching and complaining about this place. And we're going to do the exact opposite. And one of the things they were doing was having the lobby always jammed up with people. They were calling this place Zen. I said, no, this fucking place is not Zen. Look at all these reviews. We got to make this place Zen. And so I like to have it now where it's like nobody there. You're in and out. If you want to spend time with me and talk, you got a therapy session. That's the other thing. You're basically a therapist at a float center. Now you don't have to be. You can be the guy that doesn't sell anything, that doesn't care, or you're the guy that oversells. I know if I'm going to build another place and do this, I have to find somebody just like me.
Yeah, you do, for sure.
Super dedicated, like almost like a monk that just wants to serve and sit here and hold space, because you get your employee that's making $7, $8, $9, $10 an hour, looking at their phone, not knowing if the towel's there, if it's clean, if the person holding space. So it's just it's a hard thing we're trying to figure out if I want to even keep doing it at a bigger level, build more of these things, what the future of the world looks like, right? I guess we'll get into that because I heard you say pandemic. I agree with you. I think I don't even know where to begin with that one. But before we go in that direction, I want to kind of end up with the float stuff and finish off your story here. Just a few more questions though. So you're into psychedelics, right?
Yeah.
Now, you had psychedelic experiences before you got into floating.
Yeah.
What's your experience with psychedelics? Is it a lot of experience, or is it so? Are you?
It's a lot.
Okay, so that being said, I'm sure you've taken those things and put them together, the floating and the psychedelics, right? So I guess my question is, what is your most epic experiences in the tank with psychedelics? And do you have any kind of recommendations for people who are, because I know a lot of people are like, should I go sober? Should I go stoned? Talking about marijuana. And then the next level stuff is people are going to try to take float, sneak in a little microdose in the tank, or, like any tips for people with floating and psychedelics, and more importantly, I'm really excited to hear about experiences you've had with maybe trips like mushrooms or acid, or anything you've done in the float tank.
Yeah, this is the Pollyanna answer, but to be honest, the best floats I've had have been fasted after exercise, totally on the natch, like the most eye-opening, the most fully aware, the most restorative, the most contemplative, the most like illuminating experiences that I've had in the float tank have been totally natural, and just like what's Dennis McKenna says, we are drugs.
Right.
Like, we are composed of these things. We are tryptamines. We are dimethyltryptamine. It is us. We are spiritual beings. And this is maybe not the question you wanted to ask or that you wanted the answer to, but the spiritual practice in the float tank is much more meaningful to me than the psychedelic experiences. And I've tried mushrooms. I've tried kratom, different weed forms all over the map. I never did LSD. Had some other people that I know that did and liked it. Really enjoyed it. That's kind of as far as it goes for me. And I've had these transcendent experiences that I can talk about and share. However, the best floats I've ever had are floats where I am in that state of total interconnectedness. Everything is beautiful. Everything is energy. I am all things at all time. I'm fully integrated. I am seeing myself. I'm seeing into the future. I'm seeing into the past. I'm seeing my highest self. I am communing and collaborating with my spirit guides. Like, that's a whole other thing that you don't know about me is the intuitive practice that I do, that I integrate into my coaching. Is I have certain clair abilities that I've been cultivating for a very long time. And a lot of that work has been done in the float tank to connect with my spirit guides, to connect with ascended masters and with archangels. And that work has been expedited and enhanced by my float experiences.
Joe, I'm glad you went that direction, because as much as we can hoo-ha about psychedelics all the time, but yeah, it's not a lot of time that I get with people in the metaphysical space of like, ascended masters and stuff like that, which is, I've had a lot of those experiences, and I will say, as much as I've had all kinds of wonderful experiences experimenting with psychedelics, the most profound ones I've had some profound ones on acid, I'm not gonna lie, and mushrooms, pretty interesting stuff, but again, the spiritual stuff, the deeper, just like you're saying, has been basically sober. And I think sober, especially with weed, because with weed, you can have a spiritual experience, I think sometimes, but you're not going to remember it. It's like when you smoke weed at night, you dream, but you don't remember it because you're stoned. Right. But yes, so the sober floating, I tell people, go establish a baseline of what floating even is before you start mixing and matching all this stuff.
Totally.
But for sure, like you say, for me, all the best stuff has been the clarity, the integration. I will say though, microdosing, I do like microdosing in the float, because it's kind of that space between the two where you're not.
You're right.
Yeah, I feel like I've had contact with entities the most on microdoses. I've had more. Now, not like the archangels and all that other stuff we're talking about, ascended masters. That's been in the sober space, but I feel like all the weird stuff, like the entities giving me a 5-dimensional upgrade, was on a microdose of acid. I spent,
beautiful.
Well, was it? I don't know. Maybe they were the bad ones.
Well, did you ask him?
I didn't ask him. I just said, hey, I just let him drill in my head and put the fucking thing in. I don't know.
You gotta ask him, hey, who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing?
That's true.
Look, they can't lie.
Oh, that's true. They do have to reveal what they are.
They gotta say it. Well, they can not answer.
Right.
Okay, so here's a good story. So, the reason that I got my life coaching certification was during around the time where I was starting to feel a little bit like I needed to have the next thing and do the next thing. I was on my practice, and here's why. And it's
this is a good segue too, because I was just about to ask, like, what was where was this shift between I'm getting out of the floating, I'm done with floating, and this other thing is growing. I think probably has grown because of floating, right? Your intuitive abilities, and now I'm gonna go and spread my wings and take a chance on whatever this new thing is. So, yeah, tell me the shift from Sean, the super float guy, to where you're at now.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave the psychedelic conversation completely lost. I have had really beautiful experiences with 3 grams of mushrooms on an overnight float, like 4 grams of mushrooms overnight float. Really wonderful, and I am thankful for those, because they did reveal certain things about myself and the way that my mind works and the way that I see reality. I benefited massively from that level of experience with golden teachers, A1 strain golden teachers, just the nicest, most beautiful energy to take in, to be with you in that still space. I've had a lot of takeaways, and I really do think you got to go longer. You got to go as you're beginning to peak, and you want to give yourself like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in there. The longest I've done was 9.5, and that was fasted, so I didn't have to piss. So
sober fasting.
Exactly.
Well, that's why you had you probably were having an experiential experience outside of the tank.
I was going through massive transformations.
ましょう。
Kind of where it started. It has continued to increase, and the teachers that I work with have helped hone my abilities and understand what they are and what's going on. But
so what I feel is like, maybe this is what's happened to me. I think this is what happens to everyone. Is like maybe you entered the floating experience. This is you as the caterpillar, and then maybe the floating is you going into the cocoon, and now all that has been gained, and the integration of all things prior as well. But the float center experience was like the cocoon, and now you've come out as the butterfly, right? That's a feeling I get.
Yeah, I love that. I appreciate that. That it does feel right. I did build that cocoon. I did.
Right, for sure.
I did crawl
next level.
Yeah, I did stay in there for a while, and I did learn a lot of things, and I did transform. And I've developed this practice, understanding who my guides are, what they are, what their roles are, what their names are, and it's been a practice that I've been really focused on for a long time. It's parallel to the astral projection. It's parallel to the personal growth of me as a father, as a podcast host, and as now a coach. I've been doing it for years. But so one day, as I'm like really on my game, like clear-eyed, fasted, strong, meditating, rested, focused, in the tank, and my intention, I have a little, routine that I do. So I'll shower, and in the shower I'll say it out loud, I'm floating today for, and then I'll say it, see my intention. And I'll say that 3 times out loud while I'm in the shower, getting washed over by negative ions, and like preparing my body and my brain and my soul for this experience. And then I just sort of let it go once I get in there. And so I said that day, today I'm floating for what comes next. Today I'm floating for what comes next. Today I'm floating for what comes next. So I get in the tank, and then I say it again, like, what's next for me? And then I just sort of slip into theta state, just like ease into the sort of meditative state of consciousness that I think really consistent floaters know, when they kind of get in there, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, and sometimes you don't know you're there until you come out of it, but I could feel myself sort of slipping in, and then I said it again, like, what's next for me? And then I hear a voice that says, and it was so fucking weird. It was this like funny accent. It was this like New York sort of Brooklyn accent, says, you'll find out tomorrow. And I go, oh, that's fucking new. Like, I've never been told that. I've never downloaded that or intuited that. And I know not to question it. I just receive it and not judge it. And so I'm like sitting with it, and I'm like, as I'm sitting with it, I hear it again. You'll find out tomorrow. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I got what I came here for. The music came on, and I get out of the tank, and then I just sort of like, chalk it up to another interesting experience in a float tank, you know, kind of like let it recede into the back of my mind. And then the next day, I get a text message from my sister-in-law, and she sends this like link to this training. She's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to Mexico. Just thought of you. I'm going to Mexico in 2 months to get my yoga teacher training and life coach certification down in Mexico." And I'm like, "Oh." And at that point, I didn't even know what a life coach was. I was like, "Well, that sounds kind of cool. Like, I bet I could do that." You know, I don't need a yoga certification, but that does sound interesting. And because you, working at a float center, tend to try to help people as much as you can, work through things, think through things, talk through things, right?
See, that was the thing. I already thought you were a life coach, and then you just got into floating. I didn't realize it was the other way around.
Yeah, other way around. And being in a float center, you know how to talk with people. Without manipulating them, without like steering their course, you can help facilitate. You can sit for them, you know, in a real way. You know, sort of correlated to a psychedelic experience. You just like create space for them to be whatever they need to be in that moment. You know, you've got your protections up. Hopefully you're doing things to like manage your energy so that you don't like take on what they have. But then you just sort of like let them. So I was like, well, that's cool. I text her back. That's really interesting. And then like I get a call from a friend that I hadn't talked to in like 10 years. And he's like, hey dude, like I'm in New York and got all this cool shit going on. And I was thinking about you. And I was like, dude, I haven't talked to you in a really long time. The last time we talked, you were like really struggling, like you're overweight and alcoholic and had bad relationships. Like, what shifted for you? And he's like, I found a life coach. What? Yeah, I found a life coach. I was like, oh, okay, fucking A. Tell me about it. So he tells me about it, and then later that day, no shit, my wife's on the phone with one of her friends. She gets off the phone. She's a coworker, and she's like, "Hey, Anna just got a promotion. She's going back to school to get her master's. Like, she's crushing it right now." And I was like, "Oh, good for her. Like, she's going back to school. She's got 2 kids, and what's gotten into her?" And she's like, "Well, she's got a life coach now." And I was like, "Fucking A, shut up." All right, universe. That's it. That's what's next. That's the thing. I cannot deny that now. So I went online and found. There's like a really prestigious, really awesome life coach certification training in Seattle. Signed up, I got certified, and then launched my coaching business, and that picked up a lot of steam. And then I got asked to take over a podcast that I've been listening to for years called the Optimal Performance Podcast. And they said, "Hey, Sean, yeah." So I took over. This really classic biohacking personal performance optimization podcast with like legends in fitness and nutrition, and they're like, "Will you do it? We'll pay you to do it." And I was like, I've never done this before.
Yeah,
like,
bro, you got like one of these fucking classic stories of like,
yeah.
I'm like, damn, let me get on one of these stories. I feel like my life is gravy and cherries on top constantly, but it's like I hear other people's lives. I'm like, damn. That shit just slides out. I'm like, damn, let me get on some of that. Like, it sounds like you got one of those like Wayne Dyer type, you know what I mean? Like, damn, like you're sitting down about to write a book or something next.
Yeah, it's not far from the truth, man. Like I'm developing online courses. I've hosted 128 of the Optimal Performance Podcast, which is 5 stars and over 1 million downloads. It's a really popular biohacking podcast. And
like, who are the most famous people, or who are the people that you have been most excited to interview?
Bruce Lipton, top of the list. Bruce Lipton. Do you know much about Bruce Lipton?
I think I do, but I don't want to sound stupid. So why don't you re-enlighten me?
The Biology of Belief. He is like Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Right. Okay.
Energy science, like healing your body through your own conscious, like reprogramming your subconscious mind, like creating heaven on earth. Like, he's been on every cool fucking Gaia, television special you've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, huge names like, Mark Sisson, who's like a nutrition expert, Rob Wolf, the founder of the paleo movement.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Oh
yeah, I know who Bruce Lipton is. I looked his picture up here.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, so you float, you come out of your cocoon, so you get out of the business. You get offered the podcast, and then have you completed the school at this time for the life coach? You're already the life coach at this point, or no?
Currently today?
No, I mean at the time that you're doing this podcast, that you're getting offered the podcast.
Oh, I had been coaching for a year or so. Yeah.
Okay, wow.
I started right away. So I had, got my certification, but I knew the fundamentals of running a business and branding and stuff like that. Set up a website that just was I just did it perfectly. I just knocked it out of the park with the SEO, the online optimization stuff, the organic search stuff. And so, at that point, I had a nice little side income from coaching. And then they came to me and said, hey, we really want you to host the Optimal Performance Podcast, take over from Ryan at episode 153. And I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. File it on. Oh, by the way, let's make some babies too. So I had my son.
I was about to say, yeah, you've got a podcast, you're a life coach, and you've got a family.
Yeah.
That's quite a handful. So are you still doing a lot of clients with your coaching business?
I am. Yeah, it's actually increasing a lot right now.
So let
there's-
me ask you this:
yeah.
as a coach that does that, what is the primary thing that you run into the most that I guess people are doing wrong or they're coming to you for help for? That like what are some advice that you can give to people, like as a life coach, that you're seeing a lot with some of your clients?
The first thing, the most important thing is to figure out how to deal with fear. The number one thing, that when you can figure out what to do with fear, to change it, to work with it, to understand how it impacts your life, if you can get your arms around it, it will change the rest of your life. You will be forever changed if you have a plan to deal with your fear. It is.
How do you deal with your fear, though? I mean, that's really easy to say, but
well, got some ideas, you can imagine.
Right. Well,
yeah.
I say I'm not afraid of things because I, in a way, have experienced the truth of what reality is, and then there's nothing for me to be afraid of.
Yeah.
Having come from that experience, right? But you can't. I can say that. I can give you 10 million books that'll say that same thing, but that's one of those things you have to experience. So.
Yeah.
Outside of giving someone the experience of knowing that they're the center of their own universe, which they have to kind of get there on their own, how do you help someone get through fear?
There are lots of ways, and the most effective way that I have found employs a neuro-linguistic programming technique. Are you familiar with NLP?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you use it, or like can you notice it when people do it?
I try to, yes. I'm very conscious of. That's one thing I'll say about floating in general. Body consciousness, in terms of my internal stuff going on that I can feel. I'm like, okay, I'm much more connected to that, and yeah, much more the subtleties of what I'm saying and doing, and also what other people are saying and doing. More synchronicity in my life the more I float. It's just one of those byproducts of stillness and peace.
Beautiful. Well said. Oh, well said. Yeah, that the scientists are calling that internal state of awareness interoception.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, interoception is to like understand what's going on inside of your body and your brain, and being able to feel it and know and be conscious of it. I just got done doing a podcast about a continuous glucose monitor. This like really fascinating new innovative technology that will, you put this thing, this patch on your arm, and it sends a signal to your phone that's like measures your glucose, usually reserved for diabetics. And now you can get it to like fix your metabolism, like understand your metabolism and what sort of foods you should or shouldn't eat. And this woman, this really, really accomplished young doctor who's the founder of this company, she was explaining the ins and outs of interoception. And guess what? The more you float, the more aware of your body you are, the more aware of your brain you are, the more that you increase your ability to understand what your brain is doing, what your body's doing. Like, am I hungry? I guess I'm not hungry. Oh, I feel fear right now. Okay. I feel like agitated. Well, why do I feel agitated? What do I need to do with that? Like, breathe. Okay, cool. I'll breathe. All right. Feel better. That interoception is at the heart of anybody making change in their life, to be aware of themselves. And I'm saying that to you, but you already know that. But the thing with dealing with fear is we think that little shit is saber-toothed tigers trying to eat us. We believe that an email coming into our inbox is
mountains out of molehills.
Exactly. And furthermore, when we are now priming our system and priming our mind through just screens, flat out screens and media, we're priming this ability to stay in a hyper-escalated state, and then we never really recover from it. We're always clocking the thing at red, always on the red lines all day long, and that's why I say to people, I'm like, look, floating is like God's little gift here of grace. That it's like a self-driving cars for the people that are now you can't stop looking at their phones. It's like God had to give us self-driving cars to balance out the fact that we're not even going to look at the road anymore. And so what floating is, I say, it's this giant counterbalance to
the hyper speed that, and it's
Yeah.
exponentially growing at every day with the demand of your neurological system and your focus and all the things that are, nickel and diming your processing power of the mind. And another thing I say about floating is you get in there and you can see all the windows of your mind that you've opened up maybe 10 years ago, programs you're running that you no longer need, or false programs that you've taken on, other people's belief systems that are garbage, and you can get in there and close them because you can recognize that they're running. It's just bullshit. That's just subconscious things that are just in the back of your mind running.
Right. That constant state of sympathetic, right?
Right.
So sympathetic is I am sympathetic to everything that's going on around me. I am responding. I mean, if you think about the etymology of the words sympathetic nervous system, it's like I'm affected by everything. Everything is getting to me, and most people aren't getting actual restorative sleep. They're not actually getting that recovery, right? So this goes into like the biohacking world, blue blocking glasses and eating in a window and
sleeping in a Faraday cage.
Oh man, do you have one?
I would. No, I'm living in the float center, so in a way, the float center in itself, it's got a tin roof and the metal wall. So I'm protected. I've got a giant tinfoil hat called this building on my head. The government, the CIA can't zap me with their guns in this building. They haven't got protected.
They don't.
The tinfoil hat is real.
The directed energy weapons won't fuck with you because you're in a float tank center with the tinfoil hat on.
Well, the roof is made out of like metal and tin, so that's just my theory that I'm in a giant Faraday cage. But yeah, if I could sleep in a giant Faraday cage, I would.
Yeah, there's at least just turning off your Wi-Fi will fucking help.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, nobody can sleep at night. You got all these devices blinking, and you got Wi-Fi signals, and totally people leaving the TV on at night for white noise, and it's just. Yeah, the light's still going, and I'm guilty myself of just getting stoned out of my mind and passing out with the TV going. The Netflix has stopped, and I've got the bowl of empty. I take a sleeve of Chips Ahoy cookies, dump them in a bowl, and that shit is gone. I'm pregnant with chocolate chip cookie babies, so I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah. That sort of stuff.
That like bad lifestyle. We just got a bad lifestyle. Yeah.
Well, it could be worse.
I'm saying people, and no, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying the modern person is. Our bodies are not built for this accelerated cost of or pace that we're living at.
I heard this cool sort of animal corollary where. We if a deer is walking and a bear comes out of the woods and tries to attack it, and all the other deer run off, and the bear takes off, and this deer is left to itself again. It just barely missed death, and very easily could have just been eaten by this bear in a moment, and then 2 minutes later, it's just like walked 10 feet and then started to put its head down to eat some more grass. And suddenly, like, that fear is gone. Like that stress, that recovery, they get back to immediately. Like, they can bring down their levels. It's just an evolutionary adaptation. You can't fucking walk around being freaked out all the time. It's not sustainable. It will wreck you. It will cause illness and cancers, and it will fry your adrenal systems.
That's what I'm saying. That's another good point. I hate to keep interrupting, but it's like
no, you're good.
That's the point that I can bring with the float tank in, and with the amount of marijuana I smoke, or the people that I see exactly with the adrenal damage. And it's another thing with post LSD. I don't think you're big on amphetamine type psychedelics with what you said. I don't think you've done MDMA, or at least you didn't say. Yeah, so these
not in the tank.
Well, these kind of things just wreck your adrenal system. And I had a guy come in and say, he's like, bro, he's like, you need to start eating straight up adrenal glands. He's like, you're gonna keep smoking this much weed, but the thing was, the point is, the tank is restorative. I'd smoke till 8 a.m. till about noon, and I would be completely blown out. Put me down, put me to bed, I'm done. But I'd get in the tank at noon, there'd be no floater. I need 20 minutes, that's all I need. But, sometimes I'd do an hour, completely restored. I'd start smoking more weed, of course, but if I wanted to, I was sober. Another story of completely brain damaged one night from too much MDMA. I could barely tell the guy, I'm like, bro, I could barely speak. If he put me in the tank, my brain, like, it was like a Rubik's Cube that was all screwed up, and then all the colors were in the same, in the right spots.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that it's you can't overstate it. I mean, it allows your systems to go back. It allows that's you. Yeah, that's you as the deer going back to like, okay, I'm just gonna recover and just go back to eating grass over here and just kind of do my thing. And we don't have tools for that. Like we modern humans, this has happened so goddamn fast. We can't keep up with the balance to the inundation of advertisements and blue screens and Twitter alerts and fucking pandemics. Like we are blasted by it all day, every day. So it makes sense that we're fearful because that's what the business model is counting on, us being afraid of each other, of ourselves now, of our own immune systems. And because that sells. And so the most effective tool that I have ever found that I use with damn near every single one of my clients is called the STOP method. And the STOP method is a neurolinguistic programming tool that you do to yourself to literally reprogram that fear. You can literally get rid of that fear and replace it with something more beneficial, a different emotion that's productive. And it uses a classic pattern interrupt. And the pattern interrupt literally involves you going, it's a 4-step process. And I've done, if people are interested in this, you can go to stopmethod.com. And I built this like a long time ago to help like my clients.
This is your website.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, and I was on the news. That's a picture of me on the morning news here locally in Seattle talking about it. It's a 4-step process where you go to that negative emotion. You actually go to that state of fear. You allow yourself and your consciousness to go into that state of fear. And then you say stop. You stand up and you say stop, which interrupts that pattern that keeps fucking with you. And then you will have practiced days prior bringing in this positive emotion that you prefer, this thing that maybe it's gratitude, maybe it's love, maybe it's pride, to reprogram that negative emotion for this positive one. And then you do some sort of physical movement to celebrate, to teach your central nervous system. And this is where it gets locked in. Like you can do a dance, you can do a fist pump, you can do a jumping jack, you can do push-ups, you can do the friggin' Macarena if you want, but to tell your central nervous system like, oh, I prefer this more, I'm gonna feel this instead. What it does over the course of about a week and a half, if you do that repeatedly and you do it in a specific way, you will literally notice that you are not, it's hard to feel that fear. You are programming reprogramming your subconscious mind out of that state of fear. It's fucking incredible, and it's worked for guys that have been divorced from their wives in ugly custody battles, like get over hating their wives. It's been, people who have gone through lawsuits.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I'll use this on exes I still hate. So that's good. I got something out of this tonight. Very good.
Good.
Go look at your methodology and sit with it and reinforce it with some happy stuff. And,
there you go. Good.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. So I'm into all sorts of that shit, and I have been for a long time, and it works. All of these things work together for me, right? The biohacking podcast, blue blocking glasses, float tanks, personal development.
So you're big on the blue the screen stuff. You're big on that.
Oh man, it's a game changer.
How is it? How is it noticeable? I get it. Okay, you're protecting your eyes from the danger of the blue light, the screens and all that. I get that. But how do you feel it? Do you notice it? Is it a noticeable difference?
It is immediate. For me, it was immediately noticeable. You can get a prescription too. I'm gonna hook you up.
Do you have a specific? Well, yeah. For people,
yeah.
Thank you. Did you have a specific brand that you like that you want to shout out to?
They sponsor my podcast. They're called Blue Blockers, or they're called Blue Blocks. So if you go to blublox.com, the frames are sweet. I mean, they're really cool looking.
Are you into Dr. Jack Cruz?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I know he's a big proponent of that. That's his big thing. Yeah.
I've done probably 6 episodes on blue blocking, like circadian rhythm, circadian health, and blocking blue. So what happens is the blue in the screens tells your pineal gland, don't make any melatonin, don't get ready for bed, it's daytime. So when you're looking at screens, after the sun goes down, your brain thinks it's daytime.
Yeah.
And so you stay awake and you keep watching shit, and everybody does, And what the blue blocking glasses do, what these blue blocks do, is they filter out 400 to 550 nanometers wavelength, which is all the harmful blue and green light that goes into your eye and tells your pineal gland, don't produce any melatonin. It's daytime. It's not time to go to sleep yet. And so when you block that, you actually start to feel tired at a reasonable time. Like your sleep drive is the way that they refer to it. Your sleep drive increases. So then, 10 o'clock at night, 11, 12 o'clock, it's like, oh, my body actually feels tired. And then because you have already begun to create melatonin, it's already in your bloodstream, and your body already says, okay, cool. So then you actually get deeper, more restorative sleep. That's like, that I'm telling you, the day after I wore the blue blockers for the first time, I felt like I hadn't slept that good in years. It was incredible.
All right, cool. I'm sold, because I'm a big screen guy with all this shit I look at.
Yeah.
Here's where we're gonna flush all your credibility down the toilet. Let's talk about pandemic and coronavirus and all the bullshit we've been dealing with the past, 5 months now. How's it been? I think we share similar viewpoints. I'm really big on, look, I get it. I want to help people and things be clean and safe, but enough is enough. There's a certain point where it just becomes ridiculous and you don't need it. And I'm a big believer in it's kind of a statistical hoax, and it's not, we're being sold something that it's not true for reasons that are not, health reasons. I don't know where you stand on all those things. I know you're not big on the mask like me, where do you stand actually?
We're aligned. We're aligned, definitely. Yeah, this is at worst, at best, it is a colossal fuck up turned opportunistic ruse to pad the pockets of the ultra wealthy at a minimum. Right. And at a maximum, this is a totally and fully calculated perpetration on the consciousness of the entire planet to thrust forth an agenda of depopulation.
All right. Well, there you go. We are pretty aligned. It's
Yeah.
just such a, it's such a big thing, and it's like, I believe it's very true. When you do enough floating and spiritual work, and that's the thing. Like, I want to get your take on it then, from the perspective of someone who is in contact with beings or ascended masters, because I don't claim that space. As much as I've had interesting experiences with entities and things that have claimed to be certain things, that's not my space really. But I'm always interested in talking to people like you who have intuitive abilities that allow you to communicate with things that are outside our normal domain.
Yeah.
So tell me about that. It's like, how did this start happening for you, and how are you using it now? And I guess, just tell me the whole thing, because I'm really interested in your intuitive abilities, and I guess how you would even want to explain that.
Yeah. Well, they do and can and will tie together. My experience with spirit guides goes back to my childhood, where I would have a recurring dream that featured the same guy who would save me from. I don't know how old you are, but I grew up on He-Man, and the villain in the cartoon series He-Man was Skeletor, and he was this like fucking jacked, buff, like bodybuilder guy with a skeleton head, and he was like just like this the ultimate like Saturnic like dark
the embodiment of exactly.
Yeah. So I would have this nightmare where I would be trapped in the room with I was actually going to a church with He-Man and a gang, and then they would make it out, and then I would be stuck in there with Skeletor and all his villains. And at the very last moment, this guy would like show up next to me and then like point me to the door, and then this door that was previously unlocked is unlocked and like whisks me away. So I'd have this dream really frequently, and then it grew into having the benefit really of having a meditation at 12, of having like sort of precognitive experiences in meditation. So like I knew I was going to have a boy and a girl when I was like 14. Like I knew I was going to have kids. I knew that I was going to have a boy and a girl, because I would see it and I would experience it, and I would see it in like little snapshots, almost like I never really actually ever thought about it like this before, which is kind of fucking trippy. But I would think it was almost like a selfie. It was like me and my kids on the ground on our chests, looking at the camp, looking at the thing, and then taking a picture and having like a selfie with my boy on my left and my girl on my right. My kids are 7 and 4. So it's weird. I never thought about that, because obviously that was before cell phones. So as I began to have these experiences of in dream states and having experiences in meditative states, I was naturally interested in altered states of consciousness, and I've always been like really like I could understand people really quickly, and like I would be able to figure somebody out in a minute and know what they're going through and know what's going on for them, and it helped me make friends and helped me be popular in school and successful with girls, and like it aided me because I knew what people were going through. And so as I continued to develop my meditation practice and this,
well, that's good though. A lot of times it overwhelms people when they're too empathetic and they're too intuitive, and they can and they don't know what they're feeling, and they think that the trash that they're feeling is their stuff, but it's really everybody else around them.
Right.
So that's cool that you were able to navigate that and use it to your advantage.
Well, I mean, there are increasing numbers of highly sensitive humans on the planet.
Well, for sure, and that's why I want to get that float tank out there, because I feel like it can. The people, I feel like people who float, people like me and you, perhaps, right on the edge, maybe, or you were already there, but I was right on the razor's edge, and it just took me right over. You know what I mean? Or it took whatever you had going, and it able to magnify and bazooka your abilities at the next level, for sure.
Yeah, and because you and I incarnated into this time, we are here with purpose and mission. That is, that whether we're crystal children, I'm not. I've asked my spiritual crew, and I'm not, but I am a highly intentional incarnate being that's been here many times before.
Well, what's a crystal? What are you not then? What are
So
you trying to say?
so crystal children are from a certain part of a certain plan of incarnate beings that all came together in a soul community.
Like indigo or different?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like indigo children. So it's indigo, crystal, and now there's rainbow children.
So you're probably indigo then.
I don't know. I might be.
That's what I am.
Yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah. And you feel drawn to help change, to help move, to help be present for people. And you're just in the right spot that you should be. So the abilities, the intuitive abilities that we have, the sensitivities that we have, you are, and allow me to pay you a compliment. You are one of the most nuanced artists I've ever seen.
Oh wow, that's like the biggest compliment, because those are the kind of things I secretly put into the recipe that I don't know if people understand or paying attention to, but it doesn't matter because I'm like jerking myself off. It's like, I don't care if somebody gets it. I'm like, wow, that person really, they get it. It's cool. Like, for whatever reason, they're on that level, or they understand it, and that's cool. They get the joke. But sometimes there's like 5 layers of shit I put in there, and I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
somebody got that.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why you're as well loved as you are, and the reason that, I remember, I first followed your Instagram when you had like 5,000 followers, and that level, like your canvas, your superpower, your part of your mission and purpose, is this beautiful, like, digital and in-person physical experience that you're able to cultivate for people. And I get it. I totally
you
get
do.
it.
I was about to say, you really do get it, because it's
Yeah.
I don't even aim for that. It's just kind of grown into what it is, and it's like every great thing. I realize there's a bit of, if you can step back and let it be organic, or as Bob Ross would say, let the happy accidents happen, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, that's when the magic happens. It's this interplay between, you think you're doing something, but really God's doing everything.
Yeah. He's working through you, and she's working through you, and that is what we're here to do, is to get closer to that and be aware of that, and make good on that. Be the most we that we can be every moment of every day. And these abilities, so I have clairsentience and claircognizance. So I know things, I can sense things, and then I can know things, basically. So I get sort of direct downloads about what people are going through, who they are, what their intentions are, the things that they're struggling with. I get a sense of it, and then I know it. And like I mentioned before, like it was made me affable and popular in school, and I use it to my advantage. As an ASB president, and student body president, and captain of the soccer team, and nice fun guy, and I stayed out of trouble. And
But you're like a mother's dream son.
yeah. Yeah, ask my mom. She'll tell
Right.
you. She'd love to talk about it. Yeah. I mean, I've been very fortunate. I've been with my wife since we were 15. I've had one sexual partner my entire life.
Wow, like you are divinity, my friend. Wow, like if you were, if you didn't have sex, I'd question that. But just having one, I believe it.
Yeah.
Wow, you're the real deal. That's cool. The thing is, I always get a real vibe from you, a clean, good vibe, and you were sitting in your level of your own truth. That was really nice, and you were, like you. The thing is, judge people by the fruits, right? And you were a success with your float center, and I see people who want to get into floating and their fruits aren't there, and I'm like, okay, well, you look at the people, and I'm not trying to judge people, but you can see sometimes it's very obvious where they're missing the mark. They're just not there. spiritually to do that kind of work, or it's just not their karma to own that kind of a business and to do those kind of things, because you're opening people up, and it's very special work. It's a sacred duty. um,
It is, and it is rewarding. It is a sacred duty that is self-affirming, because the work that you do for others is the work you're also doing for yourself and your karma. You're making good on your soul contract, and
well, that's why it's such a perfect job for me, and I can kind of
right.
get why, if you're at the level you're at, it's like why you maybe even have to get out of there, because yeah, man, doing this for 12 hours a day, and taking people's energetic laundry and trash out all day long is tough. And I'm single and don't have any kids, and I'm living here and just doing what I'm doing. And I couldn't imagine doing this, having a real life, and having to go home to a situation where there was kids, or a steady relationship since 15, and so obviously that was there.
Yeah.
So yeah, doing it alone and having this as like a monk here, it's one thing. Doing it your way, I couldn't even imagine. So
I can't help. I'm sorry, but I can't help but hear some of that through the lens of a life coach. And you did not ask for this, but can I gently probe a little bit of what you just said? So one of the things that you said, which I get it. You didn't mean anything by it, but you said a real life. You mentioned that you could not do this if you lived a real life, or you didn't say normal. You didn't say typical, you said real. And it's interesting that you use that term, because that indicates, at least subliminally or subconsciously, something. If and we don't have to make this into a coaching session.
Oh, please! This is entertainment. I'm sure people are liking it. I'm liking it.
Good. Okay. So, what? Why did you choose the word real life?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm sure floating every day, doing the psychedelics and a very ungrounded reality I live in, and it keeps shifting and getting crazier, and I have more peak experiences, and so relative to someone who's out there grinding, and I've experienced in a way the truth of what's out there, and there's nothing to do and nowhere to go from the mountaintop, right? So that's what I mean. I live in an unreality half the time, where I'm either in some other plane of existence on a psychedelic, or doing float tank work, or doing the mission here, which is floating to people and making, obsessing over the buoyancy of the water. So I'm not out there watching the news, doing a 9-to-5, worrying about the grass being mowed and whether I got my kids' college fund together or not. So I guess that's the best way to describe why I use that term.
I'm going to keep probing. It's ironic that I mowed the lawn today. I just moved my family out to a more rural area, 2 acres in the Highlands here in the Puget Sound. My nearest neighbor's an acre away, and I have a big lawn. And I did at least I got my investment portfolio statement sent my way that actually has my kids' college fund in it. So it's fucking awesome that you just said I don't have to worry about mowing my lawn or my kids' college fund, because I worry about both of those things today. But I'm gonna go. Of course, you said those two things. The question that I have, and I want to go a little bit further with this, is a 9-to-5, commute job, remote work, is that any more real than assisting people in their own consciousness expansion through what is obvious to me is through a largely neo-shamanic format, as you do more altered states, as you see new types of consciousness and feel new vibrations and hone parts of your spirit in a very intentional and silly and fun, and of course you still get the light show, but you're actually doing work on yourself, and in turn able to help people and facilitate their experiences. Is a 9-to-5 virtual work dude, I don't think of myself as kind of this person I'm talking about, but is that any more real than what you're doing?
Well, no, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, from that perspective, they're both unreal, and they're chosen from, I think, a relative state of unconsciousness or consciousness. Meaning, I think somebody who's doing the 9 to 5 and turning the gears, they're just unconsciously, and I was that way too. And I think we all are at a certain point until we wake up, and then it's like, I have the magic wand now, and I don't want to be like Fantasia and cause a bunch of shit to go wrong. And so that's the other thing. It's like, I know how reality kind of works and how to kind of surf and navigate it. I've got this portal here to another dimension. Anytime I want this float tank, and you know what I mean. Like, I have, with great power comes great responsibility, and it's so like it's the responsibility to work internally, and then also to protect and share this space with other people, so they can also have the potential to reach the spaces I'm reaching. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like I've achieved. Like, what more? If I had more money, I would just do this more. I would just build more of these things. What, you know what I mean? Like, what? I'm glad I don't have too many desires, but that's the other thing. It's like, I don't crave anything but what I'm doing, which I think is a really good thing, because I think I found what I'm supposed to be doing. But I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Coronavirus has been nothing but silver linings, because it made my life even easier. I was already blissed out here helping people, and I was doing nothing in the meantime while I was doing that. And now it was like, everything's shut down. There's no traffic. Everything's cooler, calmer, quieter. And then it got crazy with the mask here now. And then we've reached the point of lunacy where we don't need to wear them, but everybody's so zombified and asleep that it's easier to, and this is the scary part, when I go out, it's like, it's been good. I went to Target today and I saw about 3 people in the store with the mask on their face, but like down, like underneath their chin. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do that too. Because it's like, oh man, it's like, you want to go in the store and not wear your mask, but it's like, you really want to face the resistance. And that's when it gets scary. It's like, man, people are going to shut me down and shoot me down for wanting to just pull my mask down and breathe for a few seconds. Or we can just all band together and all pull our masks down. But damn, people are in a fear state, And part of the problem is, and it's not my problem, I figured this out a long time ago, I don't watch TV. Or if I do, I'm specifically consciously knowing what I'm going to dial into, what I'm up against, what they're trying to sell ideologically sometimes. And then I choose if I want it or not. I'll watch CNN now just to laugh at it. I'm not going to go in and say I'm going to get anything real here. So,
Right.
I mean, how has the pandemic been for you? Silver linings, or has it been like just a complete and utter nightmare?
It's been heavy for me, man. It's been really heavy. It's and kind of going back to your question earlier about ascended master work, intuitive work, spirit guide, archangel work, and what's going on in the world. And it's been really, really heavy for me because I am fairly involved in different media outlets, as a podcast host, as a content creator, as a coach, coaching several high-level executives at big companies, and I've got venture capital clients, and I've got people who are very well established, very highly professional people. And as I navigate through this mess, and obviously I've stated what I think's going on, I have found that this has caused a lot of friction for me internally, because I can't not be outspoken. I can't speak the truth. And you'll notice something that I think is kind of interesting is that the people in my world, which is health, nutrition, biohacking, personal development, like time X, 10Xs. I'm just involved in this all day, having these sorts of conversations all day. And I've done 4 coronavirus podcasts where we talk, skepticism of the narrative. I just did 2 recently where it's a couple of guests and I talk about just like, this is just a big brainwash operation. And the people in health and fitness that believe in the power of the body's immune system, that like actually believe that our bodies are designed to deal with viruses. And oh yeah, this actually hasn't been isolated or tested, so we don't really know where it came from, if it's an actual virus. Oh yeah, it hasn't fulfilled Koch's postulate, which means that they've isolated it and been able to say exactly what it is. The people who are the most consistent about this messaging, standing up for personal freedoms, standing up against vaccine agendas, those people are very heartfelt, very, very liberal thinking, that people that care about other people.
Yeah.
You know, they want people to be fine. They want people to thrive and be well. And those people are now the pariahs. You know, people who are saying like, hey, like let's believe in our bodies. Let's believe in the sun. Let's believe in healthy lifestyles, so that when we're diabetic and we get the cold, it doesn't kill us. And that has now become this like sort of anti-villain, like anti culture sort of, and there are a number of people that really exemplify this for me, that are going real hard in the paint right now with the memes, and there's just a ton of, you know, like personal freedoms that they're fighting for. You know, I for one decided to put my fucking flag in the ground of vaccines a long time ago, and neither of my kids have received a single vaccine, not one. They've never had a shot in the arm for any reason.
Wow.
Not a one.
Congratulations. That's quite a feat there. Nothing. Not MMR. Not nothing.
Zero. And they've
How do they go to school? Like, how do they do things? Aren't you supposed to have all these things to go to school?
You are supposed to, yeah. In Washington State, you are. They have a religious exemption.
Oh, nice.
Right, and so my family is a member of the Congregation of Universal Wisdom, and what that means is you can't fucking jab me with needles and injection that I don't want.
All right, that's my church. All right, there.
Exactly. It's a real church. They're out of New Jersey. It's a real congregation composed mostly of like chiropractors, and
it doesn't make sense to just shoot a whole bunch of chemicals into your body.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't at all.
Especially when you start seeing what they are. There's just terrible things too. It's not just they're not just really fun chemicals that are healthy and illicit. It's a bunch of bad, nasty stuff. It's a bunch of nasty stuff
that has never been double-blind placebo-controlled tested. Not a single one has ever had a double-blind placebo-controlled safety study. Not a single vaccine's ever had that. Like, that alone should make you go, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Is that real? Is that true? Look it up. It's real. It's true. And so, for me, like, I see the writing on the wall. I see where this is going. I see that we are going to be slowly infringed upon until we're told that we're dirty, yucky people. We're contagious to each other, and that we can't touch each other, and we can't embrace each other, and we should be scared of our own systems. We should be scared of our own bodies, and that I will not fucking stand for.
That's where I've been starting to get worried, where it's like, this is going on so long, and people have gotten into such a lull. Not everyone, because there's people that are awake, and there are people that just don't believe it, and they don't care. And I fall into all those things I said. I'm all of those. I don't care. I don't believe it anymore. And I'm also doing it as I care about the right of, I don't want this slow infringement on my rights where it's going to be plastic dividers and these things forever, and they're going to just keep taking more and more, or I'm going to be walking around in a bubble. So no, I've got to, I'm so thankful. Like, my next question was going to be, I'm in Florida. We last to close, first to open, pretty much, basically. You guys, it's a pretty leftist state, am I mistaken? Like,
you're right.
So how did the businesses, did they get any damage during any of the shutdowns or rioting or anything going on?
Well, yeah, I mean, Chaz Chop in downtown Seattle.
That's what I was kind of alluding that. I didn't know if they were actually in that area.
No, the float centers are not in that area. The Bellevue location was a few blocks away from some not so nonviolent protests where there was some looting and stuff, but they didn't get hit by it. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I moved my family out of the suburbs and out to more rural areas was just to have the space. You know, there's a lot to why I've moved out here. There's a lot going on, a lot of intention behind it. It's a big obviously it's a big shift, but the yeah, masks mandatory when you go into businesses, and I've been fighting against that on social media with my family, like you know, like I've been very much against it from the very beginning, and been very vocal about it on social media platforms and on my podcast that gets 50,000 downloads a month. Like we've been talking a lot about it. We've been having really high quality experts weigh in, experts in immunity and experts in viruses. And so it has been hard because of the sort of martial aspects of people telling me what I want, what I can and what I can't do, and what everybody in Washington is going through. And the work that I've been trying to do spiritually during this is to move through it gracefully and also not take any shit, because
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I find it's like to grow through and to get through things to pass, you just gotta, yeah, you literally can't, like, I have the same kind of like, you ain't gonna make me wear a fucking mask in Walmart, man. You're not gonna fine. Now this isn't Florida. I'm talking other people getting fined if they walk around in public outdoors. Like that's just ridiculousness. So I get fired up about those things. No. I just want to slap people. I'm like, come on, it's not that bad. They have taken the flu and they have said it is this deadly thing. If it was so bad, why don't you wear masks before? If they really protected you, why don't you wear masks before? Right. There's so many things we could get into, like cooking the numbers, throwing the people in the nursing homes in the 5 Democratic states. All these things have gone down to the tests are wrong, or they're tainted. The fruits and the animals being tested are coming back positive. Yeah. It's just bullshit. It's just so much bullshit for me. I'm so sick of it at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm upset because I'm just watching people become this is the new normal, and that's what's scary to me. I'm walking around and I wear the mask for 5 minutes. When I go to the grocery store, I know what I want. It's a mission. I'm in and out. It's tactical. I know exactly what I want. I'm not wasting any time. I got my mask on. I have to wear it. I pull it down between the aisles when nobody's looking. I get the big breaths in. And sometimes if I see someone else with their mask down, I'm going to pull it down in solidarity. But I'm in and out. But here's the problem. Even those 5 minutes to 10 minutes where I'm wearing the mask, and I don't have breathing issues. I don't have asthma or anything, but I'm not the best breather either. I have sinus problems from time to time. That mask is not easy for me. And I notice, and I'm a relatively healthy person, I'm walking in Publix for 5 minutes and I'm running into shit. The basket I'm carrying I can't see things. My system's already a little off from wearing that mask just for a few minutes. And so I'm thinking about people who are not like me, who are convinced that this is a real deal thing. They wear the mask everywhere. They wear the mask driving in traffic alone in their cars. I'm like, what kind of like idiocy is going through their brains now that they can't think? Like they're doubling down on the hypnotism and the like keeping these people down, because it's like, okay, people are watching the news. They're getting depleted amounts of oxygen to their brain, and I'm only doing it for 5 minutes, and I'm acting like a fucking moron, stumbling to the grocery store like I'm drunk. And I'm like, how are these people who are like convinced that this is the life for the next, that they've been living like this? Like, what kind of damage has been done to their brain with the lack of oxygen?
Yeah. It's not. It's tough because it's easy to be. It's such an easy opportunity for virtue signaling.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Oh.
That's the thing, is like well-meaning people, like friends of mine, well-meaning people who have not read what I've read or listened to what I've listened to, and they're not thinking really critically about it, and they probably do watch mainstream media, and they have learned that it's like you're a hero for it. You're a hero when you wear a mask. You're going to save somebody else's grandma. And that has made it such a useful dividing tool.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad you see it, and it's just right there. It's really, that's what they're doing it for, because it's so bad that the virtue signaling. You're right. It's really, I'm telling you, that's why when I see somebody in the aisle with it down, I pull it down in solidarity. I'm like, look, bro, I'm not with this shit either. Yeah. And when the people come into the float center, this is what I do. I'm sitting in the chair. I can see them walking up. If they have the mask off, I'm not wearing the mask. If they have it on, I wear the mask out of respect for
Sure.
their mindset, and they're going to be my customer. They're going to hopefully have. I want them to be relaxed, and if the first thing they see is some Yahoo with his, oh my God, he's going to get me sick, and I can't float here. So you wear it out. You want to make the customer happy. The customer is always right. So my concern about your civil liberties goes out the door, because I want you to be relaxed, and I want you to come back and love this floating experience. Because that's the other thing I try to do. One thing I try to do with floating, and I'm glad you do it too, you give the extra time. Because here's the thing, 60 minutes isn't enough. I want people to, even if they never come float at my float center again, I want them to have an optimal experience, because when they go out into the world and somebody says, hey, how was floating? Well, I spent $50 and I got dripped on and the water was cold and my neck wasn't going too far back enough and blah, blah, blah. They didn't get the right float. So from that point on, the experience is floating is shitty. Don't waste your money on it. So my whole thing is about making it just optimal for people and making sure that you know what floating is. I don't care if you come back. I do care is if you go out into the real world and you know that floating is the bomb.
Yeah.
And so it's about making people comfortable going back to the mask, right?
It is. It is.
I see the people cruising up. All right, I'll mask up. Now, what I'll say is, hey, I'm like, you know what? If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to wear it. But recently, you know what? Fuck it. I'm like, I don't say anything. I just wear the mask. I explain for 5 minutes the floating, and I get all fogged up because I'm wearing glasses, and I just deal with it. But that's the problem, though. It's becoming complacent and normal, and the new normal. That's the problem. From a spiritual standpoint,
this is a transition moment. This is for humanity. Like we're going through this thing, and we're all in it together. And there aren't very many occurrences ever, like maybe ever before, where there is a global. We have this interconnectedness now. And like everybody decides that sports aren't a thing anymore. Like for a couple months, sports are not going to happen.
And movies too,
Right. That alone sends a shockwave, like a vibration across the planet, where people are like, "Oh, something's going on. And same thing as like what 9/11 did. It was another like fulcrum moment where things were going one way and they shifted another way. And what I have both intuited and learned and spoken through with really, really experienced and well thought out people is that this is like a
ましょう。
本気を見せてやる。全力で行くぞ。
用開始だ。
ましょう。 本気を見せてやる。全力でいくぞ。
開始だ。
さあ行きましょう。